Liara is streaming right now. Liara is streaming right now.
Hi, peeps. Good to see you. Actually got Titan set up for once. Alrighty. Hello, Internet. We are live. How's everybody doing? How are we doing? It also helps if I get my, you know, the little window playing my music out of the way of... And can I help you, Pig? I don't know. He's just jazzercising over here. But yeah, hello, peeps. Hello, hello. It's a bit of... for a bit, it's your bedtime. Alright. Well, good to have you for a bit, few Light Gen. I see that Space got the first, and that Shay got the song before I had my headphones on, even. And that apparently Elvin has a... oh, that Elvin is sassing at us. Hello, Gamers Brew. Thank you for the raid. Hey, no worries. A raid's a raid. Much appreciated. Glad to have you here. Shout out there. Oh, Braun's already on it. Sweet. Thank you very much. Yeah, welcome on in. Hello, peeps. How are we doing? This cobble clearly is not part of the actual structure of this area, so I'm not going to worry about starting the timer back up until after I have crunched it on down. But hello, peeps. Hello, 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 hello. I see that we got Gamers Brew, we got Omega Caramel, and we got Chewbacca in with that raid. And then I see in the meantime that Bluish and Braun and Violet Ninja have all shown up. And I guess Owl too, since I'm having phantoms swooping at me. Hi, peeps. We got everybody here. I'm excited. Very excited. Oh, well, it is time. I've got, I actually have Titan chilling up on top of there, so I'm filming my own time lapse for, I think, the first time this season. My other computer does not handle 1.18 very well, so I have not been trying very hard to use it. Oh, but I am getting the timer back out from the other day. It was stopped at 11 minutes and 44 seconds. And we're going to go ahead and continue our diggy out here in Jade's place. So it has been started. Let's just get all the dirt out of here first and foremost so that, all right. I immediately forgot that I left holes in the ground. Oh, that was good. That was real good. Oh, anyway, while I'm doing this, what were y'all up to over there on Brew's channel? I'm just gonna keep doing that. This may have been a bad idea. Pokemon United, nice. I still have yet to get to play that, but it looks like fun, so I'm glad that people are having a blast with it. Glad that people are having a blast with it. Yee. I've seen a little bit of people playing it, but since MOBAs really aren't my thing, that's why I'm like, I haven't bothered to actually try it. Did somebody want to start a fall counter? Since we're already at 2. Since we are already at 2. Oh. Hey, Jade! Thank you for the fun thing to time lapse. Oh. Also, yes, I know I could set up a proper timer, like, or a proper, counter for the falls, like how Grim had the boy counter yesterday for God of War, but I don't care. I'm lazy. I can't be bothered. I don't want to either have to stop my timer and restart it, or have that count my time, you know? Especially not when I think I might be able to win out of the sheer virtue of having picked a plot that's fairly empty. Oh. 2 stacks of gold blocks is pretty good, though. Apparently our inventory is already full again, so that's gonna be fun. Whee! Alright. Dump stuff up in here. Now, I have no idea if I'm going to be able to actually win or not, but hey, here's hoping. But I do know that any materials that I could possibly need for a while are going to be gotten out of this in the process, so, you know, it's whatever. I'm fine with it. It does feel like I do need to go turn on my... I had turned off my beacon because I didn't want others being able to use it because I'm a jerk. But somebody else has a beacon here and I'm out of range of it. So I should actually turn my beacon back on. Oh, that wall must have had water behind it or something. Whee! Okay, that's better. That is much better. Den and Monster are curing villagers. You're hoping I'll keep them busy for a bit. They're probably here listening now. Oh. Alright, let's not fall down the hole this time. It will happen again eventually. I will not be paying enough attention and forget about it. But, you know, hey. Yeah, and I realized that the reason for the title is because I realized, oh, this is a perfect test run of whether or not I actually enjoy doing this enough for us to follow through on the Hellbegone thing. Because we want to, but JC has been a little bit too sick to stream lately, and I'm me, I guess is the best way to put it. Me? Remember to actually do something? Shh, that's not happening. Monstrous monstrosity. Do I want to know what that is? You've got me very nervous now. You know what? We're going with the upbeat playlist today. No. There. I don't know how I managed to click the wrong one multiple times there, but... Mob Farm Sugarcane on oils. Nice! Yeah, I have decided I don't know when I want to do it each week, and I don't think I want to commit to a specific time each week because we all know how I am. But I've decided that I would like to aim for one stream a week from Squidcraft and actually do that project I'm talking about, and that way I can also just come see what y'all doing in general. Because it seems like it'd be fun. You know? Would be nice to actually know what is going on over there. Instead of it just being a big old mystery. Now we are going to... Can I reach my ender chest? No. Maybe? I can! Haha! Put my sea pickles away. Yeah, because it's like, right now I'm sitting on like 6 different base ideas. And I decided that I would just go ahead and take one of the smaller 2 and bring it over there instead of holding on to it for who knows how long and never getting to it. Because out of the bunch, I feel like it would be the least interesting to be doing in a YouTube series. But I think that it lends itself well to streaming and just to chilling. And I mean, I guess I can also just do like evenings hanging out with you guys without even streaming, but... Beautiful, bub. I can tell you right now I'm going to need granite. I'm not going to need as much granite as I thought I was going to do, but it's going to be a couple shulkers at least, so... And I will need a ton of stone also, but I figure stone is always in large supply. Probably a decent amount of andesite and calcite, but we'll see. Because first I gotta build a mountain. Luckily I don't have to build a whole mountain, I only have to build the peak. And then I gotta build the temple that goes in the mountain. Yeah, the calcite, like the amount of calcite that I'm gonna want is just like, you know how there is naturally spawning slices of calcite through the mountains? I want to do something similar to that, most likely. Like, I would like to have the mountain at least kind of look like it's got striation to it. Striation's the right word, right? Right? I'm thinking the correct word. Shay, I am gonna need about 2 shulkers of granite, I believe. It's gonna be the primary material that the temple's made out of, so. Which, no, will not be the prettiest thing, but it's... Yeah, just because of how busy the granite pattern is. But it's the most accurate. Like, my only other real option would be, like... just plain... stone, and I don't want to do that because the place is very much carved out of the rock inside the game, so yeah, exactly. And so mountains, it's usually turned on its side because especially the one that I'm thinking of building. I don't know if I should just go ahead and show y'all what I'm talking about instead of speaking of it vaguely. Of course, this will make the first time... While I've made mountains appear out of thin air before, this will be the first time that I have done so aiming to make it look like a specific mountain. I should set up a ladder. Well, yes, but it will take me maybe 30 seconds to put the picture up because I have it in such easy access. So... At least I thought I did. Hello? That is the peak that I want to build. That is the peak that I want to build. And you can see that there is a, whatchamacallit? A bridge across near the top. Right above that, there is a temple that is built into the side of it. And there is a mountain right behind Lightgen's place that is, I feel very like I feel like I can throw this onto the top of there and have it work very nicely. That was not much ladder, but okay. Whee! Oh. Okay. There. It's behind you. It's literally looming over Jen's base. I posted some pictures in Squiddy Pics of the mountain that I'm looking at. No, this is from Destiny. The place that the thing that I'm thinking of building here is from Destiny, so. It is the Temple of the Iron Lords. And the Iron Lords were always kind of my jam when I was playing Destiny, so. Yeah, but I mean, you guys can see how that is a... I can just unhide it for a second. How I can probably do that fairly well. It's gonna be a stretch. That very tip-top peak is probably going to be all the way up at 320. But with a mountain like that, you definitely want it to have been, or like you definitely want some kind of detail put into it. So I'm going to be putting a little bit of other assorted stone materials into it to give it some striation, and yeah. I know Grafted wants to help me out because Grafted does know the game and the location well. So that may wind up happening. But There's a bark. I mean, it's number one. It is apparently based off a real mountain in like the Caucasus or something. Like it's not a one for one of it, but it is based off a real world mountain, so it's understandable that people might have the same one. I'm realizing I should just do what some of the others have done and put chests by their ladder. So let's just like isn't there a chest with wood? Yes. There's also half a stack of TNT if I really want to use it. But I don't at the moment. Okay. Let's do that much in the way of chests. And maybe a couple more, but we'll see after I do more ladder. Well, we'll still want more ladder later, so whatever. I may need it, so I would rather. I have 3 hours to still beat the next time. I think I'll be fine. But yeah, no, Grafted can absolutely be a sweetheart when they want to be. Grafted's also the reason I have about half the roles I have in my community, though, so. Oh. But you know, sometimes you just gotta find something to keep somebody busy with. And turning my mountain into a parkour course is something that they are apparently very passionate about doing. One of the achievements in Destiny is to make it to the top of that mountain through a ridiculous parkour thing. And I'm not great at parkour to begin with, and I'm definitely not great at making parkour, so they can be my guest about it. I am completely fine with that. No worries, as long as you're making something that makes you happy, Elvin, then you're good. And the thing is that, like, the amount of stone I'm gonna need, while it's going to be a lot, is going to be pretty consistent with what I would expect people to have around anyway, and I will gladly either mine my own or, like if anybody's got a big space to mine out, I will come help. And if nobody has big space to mine out, then unlike the other location of this that I was looking at, there actually is not a whole ton of caves under this one. I decided to leave the gorgeous cave for somebody else to potentially take, so. Yeah, exactly. We'll be neighbors. I'll be nearby. I decided that since the other that's the other thing that made me decide against the other location is, like, for one, I want to leave that cave open for somebody who's actually going to do something good with it. Which actually may be Grafted, because Grafted does have some other Destiny related ideas that they were like, wait, that's actually big enough to put this in. But I am not too concerned. I just also figured that, well, these other mountains are right next to everybody. So I might as well. Exactly, yeah. I noticed that, like, everybody is in that area, and I'm like, yeah, I might as well go be over there. So. Sean, thank you for that follow. Okay. My back is super crackly today, peeps. Yeah, exactly. Just an amusing amount. It's definitely not everybody, but it's enough that it's entertaining. Let's hop up here. Oops. Ow. The good thing I have totems again now. Jeez. I guess we'll... No, because it'll take a second before we'll be able to sleep anyway. So let's get this piece knocked out in the meantime. Okay. Yes, just miss the bed entirely, Lee. Peeps, I cannot fly today. Jeez, that was something. Yeah, the only bummer is that the utmost top render distance I can put on there is 16. At least I believe it's the most. So you can barely see anybody from each other with the way that the render distance is these days. But oh well. I'll grab a download occasionally and wander around it with a higher render distance. Has it been performing okay at 16, by the way? Because I bumped it up to 16 when we switched to Node because they gave me more resources, but 1.18 is a thing, so I don't know if it's just hogging the resources right back out. Right now, Jesse has the fastest time at a bit under 4 hours. I think they gave me a faster CPU as well. I'm not sure. I do actually now have an even higher spec server from them sitting there, but it's the one that we were going to use for modded. But if it's needed for Squidcraft, then we can always trade it in. But okay, I haven't heard anybody complaining about lag yet. That doesn't mean there's no lag. It just means that nobody's felt the need to complain to me, which probably means that there is lag and y'all are just being nice. Knowing you, but... Yeah, the fun part about where I'm putting my base is that, well, the funny part with it is that you can't actually see it from Jen's place on Jen's, render distance because she plays on mobile, so she's got 8. But, if you've got the full 16, you'll be able to see my place, but it'll be fading into the mists above. And that's going to be really cool. And I like the idea of the fact that I'll be able to look down on all of you with you fading off into the mist. Yeah, this is Mom. That's good. Do you guys had any more of those weird crashes? Because I haven't heard anybody complain about that either. But again, that just means nobody's complained. It doesn't mean it's not happening. I know how you lot are. That's good. I don't know. We had so many the other day, so... 2 in an hour and at 8 shulker boxes. Nice, which yeah, I still need to get bronze set up with the ability to restart as well. Whee! really fine? Lots on and no one on. Awesome. That is good news. Yeah, Braun, make sure. I don't know if I told you to make a Nodecraft account already, but if you could make one for me so that we can stick you on there, and then I need to find one UK hour person to do it as well. Although, honestly, with my sleep schedule lately, I can probably basically be the UK hours person. What is this? What is happening here? Okay. That's fantastic. That's hilarious. What time is it? Like, what actual time is it? Because I was gonna wait till the server restart at 10 to move the camera account, but if we're more than a half hour away, then I will move it right now anyway. Okay, so the server's restarting any minute then. Alright. Oh, yep, there's the 5-minute timer. Because, yeah, I am starting to recede out of the view of it. But I didn't want to move it only for it to immediately get disconnected and need to be moved again. I actually tried to time the location of the viewpoint and the stream with it. Actually, you know what I think I'm going to do? Alright, let's dump stuff off here. Pick stuff up there. Stop timer for a moment while we set up new platform and go heal my pick. Like, I'm not going to stop the timer till I'm done picking up blocks here. But since restart takes a few minutes right now anyway, so that it can do backups, then we'll do it that way. A pausing timer right now, it's at 20 minutes and 3 seconds. And we're going to pick the next place that we want to have the camera at. Let's go a little lower over here. I should have kept a block or two. I have some tough on me. Yeah, that's a fun angle to watch things recede from. Cool. So we will get tighten down here to there. Oh yeah, that's a really pretty, really dramatic angle on her screen too, so. Woohoo! I mean, actually, yeah, that's one thing I guess I could technically do. Groova has all those pickaxes, and then I also probably have some sitting around. But I mean, that's lasted me a good while so far. But let me see what I've got in my stuff from the end the other day. Aw. Got nothing in the smelty smelt right now. Yeah, there's a couple decent things in here. We're gonna just throw a random... Well, let's, for what it's worth, we'll get the experience off of it. And then put it into, oops. To get the experience off of it. Oh, that works. Alright, get my ladders back out there and put the coal back. But yeah, no, yeah, I could get some E5 books from around, and then we can also see what's at Groova's place. I don't want to pick that up right now because the server's restarting in a second. In fact, let's just go ahead, pop out of it. Go play our round of Hive. Yep, there it goes. A Kick Titan. Alright. Sure, we'll go with quartz. Oh boy. The lighting errors. Let's see, is that jump toable? Maybe? Yes. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I want them all to either be fortune or pick, or, so, I guess it does matter too much if there's fortune out here. I can just be cognizant of switching to fortune or a self-touch when I hit things I actually care about, which is going to mostly be gold, and diamonds. Ow. I didn't even see them. Oh. I tried to move out of the way as soon as I realized I was getting hit, but I had, my fingers were on the wrong key, so I tried to move backwards. I mostly got quartz blocks left. Oops, that was somebody. Andesite. Couple more quartz. And a granite. So 2 quartz, 1 andesite, 1 granite. That's it. One quartz, 1 andesite, 1 granite. Oh. Well, there's the granite. Okay, they're gone. So just the quartz and the andesite now. Ah. I don't see anything of either of those block types up there. Let's see. Let's see. What else is around? I know I used to hide in, like, corner over here somewhere. That's where I used to hide. Oh, we found them all. Nice. All right. Hitting join server again for both me and Titan. And I guess we'll run to Groova's free shop real quick. Wrong way. Ooh, Tikan Sala, nice. Dan, welcome on in. How you doing? It is so weird there just being no mobs out here. Like, Groova has outdone himself on this. Okay. There's an E5. E5. Few E4s. I can either just combine them or whatever. I don't even think I'm going to need the E4s. I think I'm going to put back the E4s for right now. Because that's still 5 pickaxes. One of them, I would argue, I would want to go ahead and put an Unbreaking Book on, but that'll be cheap. I know he said free, but meh. We'll put a diamond in there as thanks. There is a Jesse. I'm doing good. Thanks, Dan. I just realized Jade probably has a portal. But oh well. Let's get an Unbreaking Book real quick first. my anvil. Which one didn't have unbreaking? Just that one? They're even all fortune except that one. Nice. That was a good suggestion. Thank you, Al. No. Not my side. Doesn't count for the dig. We'll leave my actual pickaxes in there then. And actually we'll leave my shulker boxes in there too. And throw away the random iron nugget. Alright. And timer is restarting from 4:03 now. Helps if I actually have a pickaxe out. Mind you, when we get down to the deep slate, I'm going to want to go back to the diamond, but the iron is insta-mine enough on here. Alvin, that one, since I can take some guesses as to what's going on, we'll chat it up after stream about it. Which means I'll also return points, but as general advice in that situation, it's like, well, if you don't like one group, then make your own. How I've always operated, at least, so. I was one too far over there. We just mined blocks we didn't need to. Insert the scene here from Lion King 2 of we'll run away and start our own pride. I'm also, like, wondering what I'm going to do with all this coal. I'm also knowing that I'm not going to wind up needing any of this stone, most likely. So, this is going to be fun to see who wants it. Yes, I will make a furnace array and then feed all this through the furnace array to be back into stone and to get experience from it. Sell the Doritos? I could, but I mean, like, coal at least I'm gonna have some uses for, theoretically. Oh my god. Okay, so, food war. I am between two ideas on the food war. Either I'm gonna go seafood because of the crabs, and we're gonna just leave crabs around with, like, offering fish to people. Which, mind you, I'll buy the fish from DB if that happens, and, like, this will be a joint effort between me and DB, where, like, I'll have a smelter and he can provide the fish or something. Or cake was suggested. And I had the thought of, if I got cake, I could get villagers that trade people's respective crops. and like show up to their fields and trade the crops for cake right there at the field. Holy glowing dog of light. Oh no. Tropical fish I don't have a means of getting easily. I don't want to set up an AFK fisher. And I don't have any kind of base in any kind of tropical area. Yeah, we'll do this load up onto here still. Oops. I'll just go ahead and do the rest at the top because we need to sleep anyway. Because we sleep in this household. I mean, that's kind of a lie in a way, but shush. Okay. We will go with the cake option then. There is a massive dripstone area right underneath me, and that is the area that Titan is lined up with. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this looks from her point of view later. This is going in an episode for tomorrow because I needed a little bit more footage for the episode since the Jessie stuff deserves to be its own episode because a lot happened. And I mean a lot happened. Like, I have an hour and 40 minutes just from the stuff with her that I would like to... Like, I know I can trim it down because a lot of it's raw footage of raids and stuff, but there's some good stuff that happened. I don't know how long I slept today, honestly. I kept going to bed and then getting distracted by things. Unfortunately, a friend's kid may have COVID, and that was a fun conversation to have, and then, yeah. Like, they were at the hospital waiting to find out, so I was just keeping them company for a while, so that one was fun, and, yeah. And then also... Didn't do much talk about it. We were trying to figure out if we're doing more Astroneer tomorrow or if we are starting on the mod pack tomorrow. I would like to do more Astroneer just because of the update and have it be like one more Astroneer stream before we focus on modded for a bit. But I think Grim might be sick of Astroneer. I can't tell for sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I've carved that hole the whole way down. Also, we haven't fallen again. We only fell twice and haven't fallen again yet. I just realized that this is, however, inbounds over here, and I'm ignoring it. Yeah, I actually have a hard time sleeping more than about 6 hours straight unless I'm sick. So I am definitely impressed with the ability to do so. That's fair. Yeah, and that I do, I think, on a regular basis. Like, about once a week I have a day where I just sleep 12 hours overall, so I feel that. I feel that, at least. Okay. Oh, time for a fly up to get more pickaxes and drop off more stuff. What is this dog into? Oh, she's got her bone again, that's what. Yeah, there'd be a plan to organize this and put the valuables in one of these and yada yada. So much for that plan. I'm also so amused by the fact that ow. I got those sponges and there's not really much in the way of sponge needing spots inside my place after all. I just fell down the same hole twice. So we're at 4 falls, we'll call it. Because I think that was fall-y enough. Especially since I managed to do the same hole a second time. Man, this is gonna have to be sped up 4,000 times. I did think about setting this to the GameCube sound effect again. Like how I had that quartz mining in Season 1. That was just like super sped up and set to the GameCube. Octo, are you okay? Like, even for you, that's, this seems like a little bit much. Sheva, don't chew on the carpet, dog. Uh-huh. I'm like, where is it still coming from? You guys got out of the exercise building? Okay. That would at least partially explain it, but yeah, no, this is a little much even for Octo. Although I guess you've been seeing Octo at full speed lately, so yeah, who knows? We're gonna clear out this kind of ceiling-y area. And that spike, and I think we're gonna... No, I guess we can go a little bit further and still have it be interesting on the view that Titan's at right now. The struggle of trying to make things look interesting for a time lapse while also being time efficient. Not a struggle I'm used to dealing with. But 3 hours and some is our time to beat. Oh my god, can I actually switch things the way I'm trying to switch them? Whee! That was an intentional fall for aesthetics because I'm going to move the camera now. So we're not counting that one as being a problem. Genuinely was an intentional fall for aesthetics also. So. Alright. Sacrificing a moment to move the camera, although I need to be able to see. I've got her with a controller right now. Where's your iron, darling? There. We're gonna just go to straight above, and you guys are just gonna have to deal with the clunk clunk. There we go. That'll be a good spot. Posture check. Posture checking. Oof. Click click. Crunch crunch. You have spaghetti fingers from that. What workout were you doing that your fingers are worn out from being at the gym? Like, what? I mean, I guess if you were using weights that were too heavy and you got... what do we do with you? What earnestly do we do with you? Okay, getting this side down so that it is below the view of Titan. So, how was stream weekend for everybody? What cool things did you see? Hey, it's Sammy! Hi, Sammy! How you doing? How's the Raiders? How's everybody doing? Good night, Will Slime. Thanks for having been here. We appreciate it. Ooh, this is hollow right here. Hey, Rosewolf! Hey, there's a zombie here. He's trying to hand me stuff. Ow. It's an imposter! Because Lois is currently asleep, so it's not him. Did anybody find spawners in these or anything? Whole lot of fun. Boo! Still, I'm glad that y'all are entertained by us just digging holes. Oh. I was like, what was that noise? But it's Titan. Because she is clunking right next to us. Oh. Oops. Sammy, what were y'all up to? Oh boy. That was fall number 5. Which we survived with 1 heart. Which, yeah, I do want to set up a chicken game this season. Of a tower that you fall down and there's heads on the walls. And the idea is to grab onto one of the heads as low as possible. Rocket restock? Yeah, but good thing I had a totem. Just very indignant. Someone can feel free to clip that. Oh. Like, no requirement to clip it, but if someone clips it, it's fair game. It's very amusing, in my opinion, so. Oh, that's my beacon hole. Okay. We do indeed want to get some more buckets, though. We'll do that, and we will go get a replacement bucket of water. Oh my god. I totally could get Zillion on it. And just use his heads for it. That is very true. That was all very dumb. And no, I don't have another totem on me. I have a couple more in existence, but I would rather save them for more important things because it's not like I couldn't get down there if I did die. It's not like that wouldn't be hilarious to see on the time lapse in some form, so. First few be chicken heads? Oh my gosh. Could just have the whole thing be chicken heads in all honesty. Hey, it's Slack! Whole thing be chicken heads. But no, yeah, I would probably appreciate that as a sense of humor. I'd originally figured on, like, ideal would be concrete blocks and do a rainbow of concrete blocks on the way down so that you can kind of tell how far you are, but then again, I guess the deep slate transition and everything should do it too. I don't know whether it would be deadly if you made it to the bottom, or if it would have, like, slime blocks or something. I personally just think it's a hilarious concept of just like, how low can you go before grabbing onto something? I've seen some similar things of like bounce towers and stuff, but which, yeah, I would absolutely have to have that have a bounce tower mode regardless. Like, there could be two different games of one is to like grab the highest one after bouncing, and the other is just to grab the lowest one. And there would be water at the bottom or not, depending on whether, or like water or slime, depending on which mode you went in, maybe. A little taller, and it gives you 2 stacks per full harvest. Nice! Of kelp or of kelp blocks? Like, nice either way, but... I fell half a block onto a deep slate, or a dripstone, and it still hurt. I hate it. Completely hate it. We have passed the hour mark, by the way. Playing chicken with chicken heads. Yes! Well, there's another fall. That was fall number 6 or 7? 7, I think. Fair enough. I just wasn't sure. I have built some ridiculous kelp farms in my time. So I never know what to expect from other people's kelp farms. Which honestly, a kelp farm hidden somewhere in my stuff wouldn't be a bad idea, but... Oh my god, there's just a spider just gliding down the waterfall. That is hysterical. Fun things to have in the background. Well, good thing there was water at the bottom of that one now. That's fall number 8. And honestly, I would move the camera again right now, but with the spider just chilling over here, it's too funny. So I'm gonna wait till the spider manages to heck off out of there, or until I'm down to the beacon's level, whichever happens first. I didn't grab another one right now, no. I only have 2 more. So I'd rather just have the area be made slightly safe by the water down there, than waste a totem on something that I can recover easily from. Like, if I fall down there and die, it's easy enough for me to hop down into water along the way and get down to where it is to get my stuff back. Okay, the spider is gone, so we're gonna get this dripstone taken out for the aesthetic for the camera. And then we're going to move the camera again. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Someone remind me at the next night to do that. Whee! Okay. Alright, let's figure out where we're moving Titan to. Okay, I think I like that angle. She is like right, well, yeah, you can see her because she's got her iron on her. So, short of bass sounds. Yeah, be fun. Haste is allowed. Anything's allowed. Beardy just blew his up. Jessie had a really interesting way of doing it that I am not going to spoil because it's her thing. But she certainly had fun with it. There is also a bit of TNT available regardless. So I think the last couple layers before Deep Slate I may do with the TNT for the fun of it. No, exactly. And Jade did not say that we couldn't. If no one said we couldn't, then that means we could, right? But no, there was already a beacon over here too before me. Somebody else had one, and I just like my area was just out of range. That is in fact my beacon over there. I do have a beacon. You won't see that for another episode, but... Oh no! Al, are you able to hit that, slap that restart? Like warn people and slap it, or should I go do it? Oops. Crackle, 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 crackle. Wowzers. I'm having just the most crackle day. Have I made any short? Like, I've made shorts for the TB channel, but I've never made shorts for my own channel, and I keep saying I'm going to, and I have like 3 different ones that are partially recorded. Or like that are recorded and I just never edited. But I guess that's what we expect of me, right? Like, shorts are like the hardest form for me because I cannot do... Like, that's why I never got a Vine account. I can't do quick humor. I'll get to do another short for the main channel sometime next month, though. That'll be fun. Whee! Which, by the way, 3 years of TB coming up next week, actually. It is not my TB anniversary, but it is 3 years for the whole, like, the whole server. Which I think is pretty exciting. We did not get anything planned for it, unfortunately. We may throw together something last minute for it, but, It kind of snuck up on us. Like, we talked about it, like, beginning of December and then promptly forgot again. Yeah, it's worth experimenting with at least, I would say, Alvin. Like... Also, this is actually kind of a cruddy camera angle. So I'm going to move it again already after I sleep. I'm also going to go ahead and grab the TNT, but true to what was suggested, I am getting the bed and plopping it down at the bottom. Yep, we are at 3 whole years at this point. And I will be 3 years at the end of April. Actually, this is a major enough cave. I feel like I can go, like, here? Yes. She's down below a little bit. So we're gonna take this about, like, 3 more layers down, 4 more layers down, and then we'll use the TNT on it. Was Owl able to go ahead and do the restart? Can somebody who's on Squidcraft right now warn them that we're going to do a restart to clear up some lag? Because hitting the button will only take me a moment, so... Actually, knowing Nodecraft will have signed me out again already, but yeah, I'll give it about 2 minutes and then like, I'll probably finish with these layers real quick and then do it. Whee! And then we'll probably need to repair the pick just in time to hit deep slate. I don't know. I actually don't know what time we restart at anymore. Actually don't know what time we reset anymore. Oh. Alright. Yeah, we're at 8 or 9. I don't remember. I have to do a captcha of trains. They were very blurry trains. Squidcraft, open up. And yeah, y'all are getting real bad CPU spikes right now. They're happening like really regularly. Weird. Oh no, I guess I'm looking at I'm looking at a full week. So the peaks that I'm seeing are the gaps in between restart times. Duh. Sack sounds like he's having some problems with dum-dums. Restart was 2 hours ago? Then yeah, it was... This was a good time to be doing it then, that's fair. Let me know if that fixed things. We can move the restarts to more often if they need to. Since we're like busy these days, but if it becomes too frequent of a problem, also, like if we hit a point where we're doing more often than every 4 hours, I would say, on a regular basis, then I will move us onto the stronger server that I have. At least while there's this many people on a regular basis. Yep, there's a creeper underneath there, and it's kind of comical to have him there. Pirate music! Yeah, that's understandable to want them to do then. People being spread between dimensions will take more memory, but I know y'all are doing end rating tonight, so. I'm gonna have to get more carrots on my next go through. That creeper has left, which is unfortunate because I was going to be funny and drop some TNT on his head. Got 6 of them on in the end? Ah. Oh yeah, and I'm not saying like that's necessarily exactly what's happening now. I'm just saying like, I know that that is a fact. Aw. I didn't do anywhere near as much as I would have liked it to. Oh yeah. Well, that is much appreciated. The help is very much appreciated, indeed. Yeah, and that's one thing that we were worried about. That does seem to be the most frequent cause of the crashes, is people going through dimensions, but we've now verified that the ones that were happening during stream weekend were not. We're not such. Like, nobody was going between dimensions on them. So, we don't know yet. We don't know. We did find, it is pinned in the announcements on my Discord, if anybody wants to upvote the error in question. But there. Hey, that worked. Bye, Dan Dan. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate that Jade even provided some TNT for those that wanted to do that. You know, just for the fun of it. Oh, it's Lapis. I saw blue and I was like, is that a traitor? Is that a traitor? No. It is not a traitor. It was some Lapis. We are at an hour 25. The server came back up already, right? Like, it definitely should have, and I feel like people would have already whined if it wasn't, but... it should be back. It just occurred to me, I was like, oh, I forgot to say anything. Dang it. Yep, thank you very much for giving that message for me. We have begun the part of the journey where there are just slimes everywhere. I'll be honest, I did debate, as far as the food wars go, I did also debate retexturing, like, salmon or cod, cooked salmon or cod to be crab legs. Balrog, that's good. That's a good one. Why did Karen press Control Shift Delete? Because she wanted to see the task manager. That's a good one. Alright, this is going to hit the deep slate only level, which also means that it's going to be time to go swap out the pickaxe and such. Really? Or, yeah, repair the pickaxe for the sake of it. I guess maybe not. Oh, I'm crackly. Oh, I'm crackly. Oh, ay, 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 ay. I'm not going to bother going and doing that yet, but I am, however, going to move the camera again. No, it doesn't look fun from inside the water. It'll look fun from there, though. Lapis and the fun stuff? Yeah. I already have so much deep slate. It actually is kind of ridiculous how much I have. Oh no! Violet, it might be on your internet send then. Oh no. Yeah, Minecraft is getting so resource intensive lately, and it's sad. Alright, so we are an hour and 30 into the whole shebang. Does someone want to put together a prediction? Either Al or Bron put together a prediction of whether we will beat Jesse's time? It's about 3 hours and 40 minutes. I think we will reserve the TNT for any tough patches, maybe? Oh. We are at basically an hour and a half on the dot. So we essentially have 2 hours. It's basically, will we finish this within 2 hours? Which I honestly don't know. We've got Deep Slate to deal with, so who knows? Okay. If you can't figure it out, I'll go ahead and put it together. But go ahead and let him have like 10 minutes to go ahead and vote on it too, because, you know, it's something that's going to take over an hour for sure. And I'm betting closer to the actual 2 hour mark. Like, it's going to be close. I may need to remap my trigger finger to something else. No, it's really not fun to mine at all. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Yes, exactly. Axonym, hello! Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. How is everybody? Wow, the captions completely butchered every word that I said there. What on earth? You have arrived! Welcome on in. Some Minecraft Bedrock love over. I am always happy to see other Bedrock players. What were y'all playing on? What were you all playing on there? What were you doing? We are softening the load of one of our server mates at the moment. And potentially winning some moolah in the meantime. We need more carrots. Which I do have more of, so. Oops. Back my sponges. Swanky's here too. Hello. Hello, hello. It's about time to sleep again anyway. Whoops. We are out of carrots, so it is on to potatoes. Swankiest of raids. Hello, welcome on in as well. We just had a raid from Accident right before you, and now we've got Swanky Potato and crew. Welcome on in. What were you up to? Yeah, because on one hand, it's Deep Slate the rest of the way down. I'll go ahead and throw together that prediction super fast for you, Bron, so you don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna go ahead and delete and redo since it looks like it did for the 30 seconds default. And we'll try it again. We'll leave that as a 10-minute submission period because, But yeah, welcome on in. Let's see. What did people say they were doing? Making a janky super smelter. My kind of activity, Swanky. And then I think that Axonym tried to say what Axonym, you mentioned yours, but it got eaten by the second raid, so my chat only scrolls up so far. I'll have you tell me again what's going on. Creeper dodgeball. Is that like a thing, or were you just playing, or were you just dealing with a lot of creepers? Yeah, I figure we'll leave it for 10 minutes because people can have time to put in. It's probably a safe bet, but hey, if somebody can just put 10 points on the other side and get a lot of money if I'm slow. Or a lot of points, rather. Just dealing with them? Okay. Because I would not put it past people to have made Creeper Dodgeball a thing. Ooh, cocoa sounds real nice. Ooh, I can make a milkshake. I may disappear for a minute before midnight to make a milkshake. Like, probably shouldn't be doing slurpy noises on stream, but also probably shouldn't be running the blender after the neighbors go to sleep, so. Other people also had the idea for what? Morning pendant. I mean, like, you're still getting a lot of points out of it. It's got 9k versus 110. I don't know what that means. I feel like I've heard it, but I don't know what it means, so. Oh yeah, no, I'm the same way, like, anytime that I'm in Bruno's stream, I always bet that yes, he will die that day. Not because I don't believe in him, but just because one of these days I'm gonna get a bunch of points from it. Oh, okay. All right. No, I am not. Yeah. I just figure there's a limit of how late it is polite to run a blender. And then I'm probably well past it, but I know the neighbors on at least one side are also streamers because I saw them get a green screen delivered. Yeah, I was nervous because I was thinking that was one of the, there used to be some various different, as we now are jokingly calling it, cult bag acronyms, that, were from people who were excluding one or another, and I got real nervous there. I was like, is that one of those? Why would somebody just ask me that? Did I do something wrong? Yeah, you can tell how up on movies that are my age or older I am, or on movies in general. It's just raid time. Everybody's just going to bed on other coasts and sending everybody over. We got Echo and Butcher both. I'm taking it they were doing something together. Yeah, Pen, you're gambling on whether or not I'm going to be able to finish mining this down to Bedrock within 2 hours. I think I've got a pretty good shot of it, but yeah, who knows? But yeah, welcome on in. We had Swanky and words are very, very hard. Axonym just a couple minutes ago. And now we've got Echo and Psychotic Butcher both coming in, and I did figure that must mean you two were doing something together. Were you on PTA or? It makes people who, no, it shouldn't, I thought I disabled that. I really thought I disabled that because I had the thing going where people had to verify their account if they'd never talked in my chat before. But I had enough people complaining about it that now it should only do that if their account's under 2 weeks old. And I know Butcher's account is a lot older than 2 weeks. So it's the full distance. The full distance from the top down to the bottom. Jesse has the current best time at 3 hours and 39 minutes. I picked a section that had more caves in it than she did, though. So I'm currently feeling pretty good about my time, but she did do some other things to make her task faster. I think it's going to balance out, and I'm probably going to only come in like 15-20 minutes shy of her, but you can't bet. No worries, Alice's mom. Farm sim. Okay, that's a fun time. Yeah, no, that's definitely weird, Butcher, because it should only do that if your account's under 2 weeks old in my mind. And I'm like, I know your account's way older than that. Like, I remember the Mixer refugee crisis, and I think that you already had an account even before that, so. I think we got like 3 more layers before this is no longer a good view from the camera account. So I will probably have that be when I go repair the pick. What? How? How? What? I don't understand. How did that kill me? What? Oh, what the heck? Okay, well. Time for this nonsense to get back up. Luckily, it's only like 30 blocks at this stage. Oh my goodness. Although apparently it's also just like the water's just moving fast on this one. So I'm gonna keep falling. But unfortunately, this is the downside to having put my bed at the bottom. Because I would have figured that, yeah, I would have wound up all the way down here with my death, but... I mean, I don't know if somebody wanted to clip that or not. I just kind of died. I was flying and I just kind of died. This water recedes very quickly here, and I'm very confused by it. Yeah, that was very frustrating, but as, you know... Actually, you know what'll be faster? I think. I was gonna say re-dying, but I don't really have a good way to... I guess I could drown. Welcome in, Sarah. Yeah, that was a pain in the butt. But spawn's not too far away. Is this where my... That is not where my extra is. That's where my extra is. It's fine. These things happen. I just realized that that was going to take forever to get back via, so I didn't want to risk my stuff despawning. Yeah, I turned that off. I'm very sorry to the people who are having to verify. I turned that off, so I don't know why it's doing it again. Like, I had some people complain a while back about it. And since the big hate raid problems aren't happening anymore, I don't see the need to keep it on. So I swore I turned it off. It's very weird. But thank you for your patience in dealing with it. Did the rest of my stuff just despawn? I think it did. I think I took long enough trying to get up here that it despawned. Well, that's a rip. That's another sword gone. I think a sword and fire resistance and food are what I lost. And the bed. I lost the bed. We're gonna pause the timer, peeps. We're gonna pause the timer. That didn't feel like it'd been 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. I probably did pick those items up, and they probably are in here. Thank you, Shay. Those definitely would have been lost forever otherwise. My sword is still gone. To my utmost confusion. Yeah, I don't know what's good. So people are having to verify that didn't have to. No, it's just, it shouldn't be on. That's why I'm being bugged by this. Like, that shouldn't be a thing. So since I've got the timer paused anyway, let's check my Twitch settings, because that's very upsetting to me. Settings, moderation. It's somehow... Okay, yeah, I have it on. Everybody must have verified. There we go. It had turned back on the chatters without a verified phone number. Yeah, I'm fine with chatters without a verified phone number must have had accounts older than 2 weeks thing. Like, I'm fine with that. But it had the chatters without a verified phone number must be followed for more than 10 minutes thing also. And that shouldn't have still been on. Okay. I think it's fixed. That's really weird. Yeah, no, it's... Twitch did something there. I don't know what, but Twitch did something. But yeah, so we've lost our second sword this week. So I'm pretty sure I did see it despawn up there, and if not, there's... yeah. So that's just hysterical, but eh. Well, we wanted to go repair the pick anyway, so I guess let's, set our butts down up here. Put stuff away, and... I'm putting the bed back up here at the top. I didn't expect to die part way down. That is not something I would have expected. Yeah. Since we've got the timer paused still anyway, we're gonna go and get, yeah, and then change camera view and everything. Oh! Welcome on in though, peeps. I am really sorry about the confusion on that. But welcome on in. For anybody who doesn't know me, I'm Liara. This is the Truly Bedrock server, which is a Bedrock Edition content creator server. We do both Twitch and YouTube, and we have a lot of fun here. That we are about a month and a half into the season now, and I need to head down here to... Let's see, did this have any E5s in it? It does have multiple E4s. So I can go like and make that into one. But first we need some ore. Or something. Guess we'll just put another junky thing through. Alright, let's see how many levels we get out of this sucker. Elfin. My god. Repaired the pick and gave me 55 levels to boot. Hey! I just realized that I was leaving it with that, so I'm gonna just put a couple other random junky things in there to not waste that much coal. And that way there are pieces in there. An E4. And an E4 for any other E5 to have around. Okay. That should be helpful. Let us take our butts back over there. Zeta would definitely approve. We'll sleep here. I'll sleep in my own bed tonight. This still has a chicken head on it for some reason. But yeah, we are currently... I'm just looking back over at this because I do want to go ahead and make something for up here soon, and I just haven't figured out what yet. But yeah, we are currently over at our server mate, Maribel Jade's base. She has a contest going for to be the fastest person to dig out a entire chunk. So I have a timer going on my phone, which I now need to go ahead and start again. Oh wait, no, before I start it again, I'm going to move the camera account. Oh yes, we'll just clip into the wall. That seems... That seems real bedrocky, right? Okay. Now we're starting the timer back up. Yeah, I don't need a sword right now. Plus, it gives me a good outro for next episode. Because next episode's the one that actually like, not the one that's coming out in the morning, but the one after that's the one that actually shows how I lost the slice. So if I can just, like, in my outro be like, oh, and by the way, I already lost another sword since the... we're at 9 falls still, yes. Also, please ignore the clunking sound. That is my camera account. Because we don't have spectator mode in Bedrock, so camera accounts are just given the ability to fly instead and be invisible, but it has the fun side effect of the server and the client side can't agree on where the camera is supposed to be, so while it's completely stationary on its side, everybody else sees camera accounts as bobbing up and down. Which is as dumb as it sounds. But we make do over here. But yeah, no, I appreciate people coming to hang out. Oh, we are just having... I don't know. I just wanted to record this as a time lapse, and I was like, I'm gonna make everybody come hang out with me on it. Bob Parra, my camera account. No, Titan Lyra, actually, to match my Twitter, but the joke is amusing. Because she does indeed bob up and down. But yeah, no. Destiny used to be my primary game, and still in my soul is the thing I love the most, even though Destiny 2 is extremely disappointing. So she's still wearing my Titan gear and has that name as a reference forever. Whee! Destiny 1 was amazing. Destiny 2 still has good lore and stuff, but You know? Yeah, exactly. It's like, you better believe him and be glued to Bife's videos about it. And also probably to Brosephine's Twitter, because she's just now discovering Destiny and all of its lore. So she's been losing her mind on Twitter about it. Like, I miss it so much, and honestly, if I could get a group to get together and go back and play the D1 raids, I would. Like, I would love to play taking, like, the actual King's Fall raid again, because good grief. Also, yeah, a couple nights ago, Floy and I were watching Van Helsing, and he was like, by the way, there's like some real gross, goopy things in this. And I was like, oh, and he's like, yeah, no, there's like larval sac things, and they're creepy and gross. So if that's like too gross for you, and I'm just like, I just kind of looked at him sideways and showed him screenshots of Hive architecture. I'm like, I'm fine, okay. I played Halo, I played Destiny. I can deal with gooey blobs that explode into minions. Oh, that's fair, Zuggy. Sad, but fair. I get why we never got cross-console, but it's still a shame. The gooeyest blob. I'm still more thinking just, you know, normal, just any given room that's just, like, covered with the worms, but, you know, that's why I'm not squeamish about much, I think. I really, really think that the Flood and the Hive are why I'm not that squeamish about many things. I don't know. Yeah, it does between PC and console. Well, and plus that's D2 that has it. D1, I don't know if it ever did, but I do know that there was like between PC and console, but not console to console, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Also, faster check. Oh. Peeps, I can get my arm above my head again. I still can't take it behind my back, really, but I can put my arm above my head again. I have no idea how happy that makes me. I'm not, like, actually crying, but I'm definitely, like, wibbling a little bit. D1 didn't make it to PC? I thought it did for some reason. Also, hey, Think. No, I don't know. D1, I have like 3,000 hours in D1 between my two accounts. So I mean, I have more than that in Minecraft by now. But I had 3,000 hours on D1 between my two accounts, and I don't know what percentage of that was just doing King's Fall every week. Like doing the Nightfall and then doing King's Fall every week, but it was a considerable percentage of it. And I earnestly think that some of the happiest hours of my life were spent on King's Fall because of just like the glorious feeling of being a well-oiled machine. Of just like you and your friends managing to get it down to an art form and just having your fire team charge through the whole thing without even blinking an eye. Like everybody knew their roles, everybody knew their places, everybody knew what to do if somebody just like randomly died and how to fill in the other spots. It was so good. And like we still, like Wrath of the Machine gave you a fair amount of that too. And The first Callus raid nearly had it. Like, there was a fair amount of that feeling on the first Callus raid. But there was those the other dimension with the like where you had to pick up the symbols. I should have slept while I was up there. I didn't realize it was sleepy time. Yeah, the other dimension with those symbols, there were those speed bumps that you had to catch your feet on. And inevitably, at least once per thing, somebody would just get RNG'd off of it. And the fact that there was so much glitchy RNG, like, you could do everything perfect and still die just because the game decided that you weren't actually on a thing. Yes, the suck room. In more ways than one. Which, yeah, I don't know. It took me out of it, and it made me really frustrated because you could, like I said, you could do everything right. We had a couple of times that we actually got through the raid that far deathless, and then somebody would just get flung off. But we still did that raid every week, but it was the, like, do it to get through the stuff. Like, yes, we did enjoy being able to hang out together still, but it wasn't the feeling. Like, even Wrath of the Machine still gave us that feeling of just, like, well-oiled machine, know exactly what you're doing to get through it. But nothing in D2 ever really hit that. I did the first 2 raids a bunch, and I did try the, I never tried Riven, but I tried the one that was after it, like, twice. Because somebody got me more PlayStation Plus just to get me to come to it. Good night, Axnim. That is, like, the best outro that somebody's given me in a long time, so points for you. Yeah, well, no, and the thing is that, like, D1 never hit a point, like, there were some points early on where I'd get bored before there was much content. D2 has just turned into a eternal, senseless grind, and when they like, I stopped playing when they cut off the solar system. Like, I was barely playing by then, but they should have just made Destiny 3. I understand why they didn't, but they should have just made it be Destiny 3. It is not okay for them to just suddenly take away that much content that was there before the people were still playing. Good night, Blue. Take care. Yeah, those are much different types of raids. The Destiny raids, usually were like 2 hours. If you got really good at them, you could get them down to about 45 minutes. I think that's, well, on some of them, I think we were there on Wrath of the Machine. King's Fall we weren't, just because it was kind of naturally a longer raid. I think we were about an hour on it. And sometimes I think back on that day that Nick Cage and I caused the best meme in our entire friend group. Because we forgot how one of the stages in King's Fall worked, and we yelled Titans lead the way as we ran out and got vaporized, and everybody instead started saying Titans wipe the rage. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm fine with the seasonal model on some level. Like, that was interesting to me on some level, but like I said, when they took away this rest of the solar system, it just irked me too much. Like, I spent money on those expansions. What the heck, guys? And yeah, that too. It is so hard to catch up. Everybody's like, oh, you'll get the light levels quickly. It's like, I'll get the light levels, but I won't have the armor. It what? Oh my god. We thought everything was gonna get fixed after they got rid of EA, but I guess not. Like a huge womp womp. I think we're gonna get down to negative 25, which I guess since I'm doing it 2 at a time will be negative 26, and then move the camera again, probably just down to the ground and leave it there to get the whole remainder. Or close to the ground at least. We got some tough peeps. We can TNT that. The whole remainder. Violet! Dark. You dork. We are just over 2 hours on the dig. At this point, my stream time is only 15 minutes longer than my dig time, so y'all can use that, like, to be able to see on your own. Also, let me see, is my phone overheating? It's not, shockingly. Thought it would be. It's a Grim! Hi, Grim! Welcome in, Grim and peeps. That must mean it's midnight. Not quite. I guess you just hit the end of a level or something. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, hello. How are we doing? Tina, good morning. Sorry, like, I've been saying hi to people the whole evening and then, like, was ranting about Destiny, and then Grim shows up and my tone of voice changes entirely, and I realize that. I'm just so excited to see Grim! I thought it was getting dark. Not quite. 41 months! Oh! Nice. I believe you'd be a glow squid now if you weren't, if you didn't have a first. Right, I was gonna put my heads in the box and didn't. I can at least finish off this layer. I just didn't want to let any deep. We did it again, peeps! I keep getting kinetic energied. We're gonna wait till we can sleep, and then we're gonna hop down there. I think we can follow the water chute down. As long as no mobs coming for us. Because I don't think I put my other Elytra back away! I don't have a spare water bucket either. I do back at my place. Okay, Jesse slept. Cool. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I could take this water down most of the way. At least my beacon. And then we can probably let the water out in some form. Yeah, we can just break that chest, let the water out, and be able to get the rest of the way down. Oh. Well, that's that'll be in the time lapse and will be some good stuff, you know? Ow. We're putting my other Elytra away! Right now. Oh, that was humiliating. I don't think anything fell, but we will check. Yeah, we seem to have everything important. Double check that nothing fell down here. Oh, my hoe. Wouldn't want to leave Mothman behind. Well, probably time to move the camera then. See, but that didn't kill me. We're gonna put that chest back so that if we need to come through again, we can do the same thing. We really did only lose my sword earlier, and that's just kind of hilarious to me. Alright, let me move the camera count. Hang on. Yeah. Thank you, Rosewolf. I'm fine. I'm just heavily amused by the situation. We're not quite low enough to fit the whole remainder in the screen at once. But we can get pretty close, so it'll fade in from the top of the screen. Yeah, I thought I pulled up on time, but guess not. See, this is why you can't do hardcore on Bedrock, because stuff just happens. It's just how life works around here. Bed MLG, yeah. Oh, do I not have song titles on? I don't. There. I thought I had song titles on, but now I do. It'd been a while since I'd had them on because I've been moving stuff around on my screen so much, like the GSA pings and everything. Mwahahaha. That didn't do that much at all. I thought that was going to do a ton. Huh. Yeah. Like, I would say don't rush, because I think we do want to do one more Astroneer stream before we start on the modded, if that's cool with you, Grim, just because there was the update. But I would say this week for sure, like, if you guys just want to plan for Friday night or something. Unless the Hermits randomly decide they're starting this week and we got a, like, last minute recap, but I don't think they're going until February, so. You're gonna do it before you forget? That's fair. Hey, Quackery! How's it going? Uh, 11. If we're counting both of my face plants as falls. Like, those weren't the, like, walked off the edge falls, but they still were falls, so if we're counting those, then 11. Which is a pity because Moth's not here to complain about the way I say 11. Like, I wish I'd just put together a fall counter, but I was lazy. Oh, nice! That's a relief, Dragon. Alice's mom's just on a roll tonight. You and Violet have just been bringing the low-key puns. Between the two of you, you're taking Zug out of a job. At least I think Violet's the one that did the other one earlier. Oh, gravity works. It was one of my favorite movies as a kid. I'm shocked I was allowed to watch it, given everything I wasn't allowed to watch, but, like, still favorite movie. One of those ones also that the songs still get stuck in your head, like, 20 years later. Yeah, Minecraft's one that doesn't recognize this game, so it just won't bother doing some stuff. Yeah, Ferngully was just an amazing movie. Just any of the Don Bluth movies were good. I liked them. Man, I wish that Monster Cat hadn't started overcharging, because I would love to do time lapses to this song again. Like, it just goes too hard, but like, that's half the fun. Last Unicorn I wasn't allowed to watch, so I didn't see it for the first time till I was like 16, and I think I've only seen it twice. Secret of Nim, I was allowed to watch, but like the third time I was watching it, Ma finally watched it with me, and she was like, "This is super dark, you can't watch this anymore." I loved that movie though. I don't know. Anastasia and Thumbelina were around that era. Same. I think both also Don Bluth. I don't think Secret of Nim was Don Bluth, wasn't it? Okay, I I need to get upstairs and sleep, although maybe Jess is gonna sleep. Flight of Dragons doesn't ring a bell. All Dogs Go to Heaven, obviously, is on there. Maybe I should just hay bale down. Yeah, I think I've told the story before about how I wasn't supposed to watch R-rated movies at like 13. But my aunt let me watch The Matrix with her. And I never did figure out why it was R-rated. But my folks found out that I'd seen The Matrix, and they forced me to go with them. They were like, well, if you're going to insist on watching R-rated movies, then you're going to have to see what the real world is like. And forced me to go watch Saving Private Ryan at the theater with them. And let me tell you, The Matrix, I don't think is gonna screw any kid up from, like, it doesn't have I don't understand why The Matrix is R-rated. It doesn't feel like it has enough violence to be R-rated. And the violence it does have is, like, largely ridiculous stuff. But Saving Private Ryan is just, like, blood and people dying constantly. My parents had questionable logic at times. Like, I understand what brought them to it, but, like, come on. Oh my goodness. But at least I have some fun stories out of it, right? Ow. How did that not? Okay. The slimes are in the way, so I'm having trouble shooting that, but... Yeah, that's a good one too. How is Hunchback of Notre Dame G-rated, like the Disney one? Movie ratings, man. I think I need more rockets too, but eh. I've got my ender chests with me. We'll sort that out as we go. Yeah, but I don't think most people knew it was one back then, Space. Like, I'm sure a few people did. But, like, there's no way my folks did. They wouldn't have noticed anything like that. And I don't think that's why the rating was that either. I don't know. I was told it's because there's full frontal nudity at some point in it. But I couldn't figure out when. And I feel like if that was the only reason that it was R-rated, then they probably would have cut that out to make it PG-13. Because, like, a lot of times studios will do that. If they are, like, one thing over the line, they will evaluate the situation on whether or not that's worth the rating change. don't even remember there being any F-bombs in that movie, man. Like, maybe one or two, but not any that are quote level memorable, so. It's a good movie, but it, anybody who has any, like, phobias or anxieties about unreality, like, about it's all just a simulation or anything like that, no, never watch The Matrix. I don't know if anybody here has that, but I know a couple people who do. It's like, no, never watch it. Don't do that to yourself. I'm gonna grab this gold. It's not in my trunk, but I don't care. I see it, so I'm taking it. There's so many things on the Squiddy movie night list, though. It's so it's like I've been watching about like one movie a week, or like a random TV series, and it started with us talking back in October about wanting to watch The Martian because it's one of my favorite movies and he's never seen it, and he suggested something else. At that point in time, and we were like, yeah, you know what, that sounds like more fun, let's watch that right now. And then that's just gone on for months. Like, we just he keeps being like, I don't have the brain power to try to process that movie right now, and so we'll just watch something else and then for like not remember it the next time, etc. It's been just really silly. Rockets. Yep. Captain Blondebeard? What? It's probably a European thing on at least some level, Thana. Like, generally speaking, G-rated is, it's fine. There is nothing that would be a problem to have, you know, your typical 5-year-old watching. It's not necessarily aimed at 5-year-olds, but like there's zero cursing. There's, it's Foxy, basically. Like, he is very G-rated. I'd qualify as PG rated because, well, on a typical day, because I do still say damn and hell. And I tend to be a little bit more violent on things. And I also tend to occasionally bring up dark or heavy topics. So I would count as PG on a typical day. My After Dark streams would be like, we'll get to that one in time. PG-13 has some action. It can have like sex jokes, but not actual sex. You get one F-bomb per 2 hours, and a lot of people jokingly rate movies on how well they used their single F-bomb. That is honestly one of the things I love about The Martian. Is not the thing, but it's one of those like icing on the cake type deals, is that they have the best use of their single F-bomb that I've ever seen in a movie. But yeah, it generally and then like the PG means parental guidance, and PG-13 is parental guidance for those under 13. Which also means that movie theaters aren't allowed to let them in if they're under 13 and don't have somebody with them. But the thing is they aren't supposed to let them in without a guardian anyway if they're under 13. So like you used to be able to just drop a 10-year-old off at the movie theater and they wouldn't stop you, but they're supposed to these days. Yeah, Stranded is PG-13 because I think we have been bleeping out any of the supposed F-bombs in it. I think there was only one that we did let through, so. Yeah, and then R is restricted because of that, so typical After Dark stream is R-rated. because we will get into heavier topics. There will be like actual drinking as opposed to just references to drinking, which PG-13 can bring up drinking and it can show people drinking on screen, but it can't show people drunk on screen, I believe. Or I think they can, but only in a very jokey manner. Maybe that's it. I don't know. It's all very technical. Exactly, yeah. And then there's that. Which, like, doesn't make it into theaters anymore these days. Understandably. Grim. Grim. But good. I'm glad that you used yours judiciously. But yeah, no. Point being on all that, I still can't figure out what the Matrix supposedly had that's... I don't think it would be R-rated today. I think that if it went through the rating process today, it would not be R-rated. I suspect that they probably counted some things as drug references that weren't. I don't know. All I know is that it was actually a good movie and that I haven't seen it in ages. And that it is on the list of ones that Slayer and I are intending to get around to watching. But I am bullying him. The Martian's gonna be the next one, or else. Because we've been putting it off for too long. We have, in the meantime, watched all of Centaur World. Van Helsing. Some other movie that I suggest. Oh, it was some animated movie, and I don't remember what it was anymore. Oh, we also watched, The Wolf Girls, I think it's called. I don't remember for sure what it's called. Whoops. That's a fall. That was number 12. I'm counting that. It wasn't a very far fall, but that was still tumbling down the hole. It depends on the level of violence, yeah. The PG-13 movies are allowed to have violence, and I think they can even have on-screen death, but they can't show, like, gore. People can die, people can be injured, but you can't show, like, blood spurting from wounds unless it's, like, a comical manner. Oh, Now You See Me was the other one that we watched recently. Which is essentially a movie about a bunch of magicians being modern-day Robin Hoods. Pretty good movie. It definitely, I don't know. I've seen better. It wasn't anything special, but it was fun. Wait, it had so many plot holes, and not even in like, oh, because it's magic ways. It just was like, but wait, what? What? But we still had fun doing it. It was, yeah. I don't know. We picked dumb movies to put on and just go digging, so. Was it not? I thought it was. I don't know if we're gonna watch the sequel anytime soon, or at all. I think other than, The Martian, I think Encanto is the other thing that's on our list at the moment. Though he already watched it with his girlfriend because she really wanted to see it, and I might be watching it with my husband, so, like, that may get knocked off our list. That happens occasionally. Though there are still a few things where we've been like, no, we're watching it together anyway because we need to riff on this. I started dragging Crow through Centaur World now, too. It was just fun. Welcome back, Bron. Oh, sneaky details. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Then I guess I'll watch it with the hubby. And then do the rewatch with Soy because he loves to pause movies and tear them apart. Like, he must be real annoying to watch movies with to anybody who actually just, like, likes watching it the whole way through and doesn't want to have any discussion. Because Van Helsing is like a 2-hour-long movie. And between the fact that I had to but between the fact that I had to go walk the dog and just the sheer amount of ranting he does, it took us nearly 5 hours to watch it. Yeah, the Hugh Jackman, Van Helsing, which we have decided he just is Wolverine in that movie too. He's immortal, he beats things up. And some other things I won't say because spoilers in case there's anybody here who does want to watch it. It's a dumb movie. It's great. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Hitchhiker's Guide is like my life. Although, yeah, I don't know if he's ever seen it. I should drag Zoe through Hitchhiker's Guide in case he hasn't. But we're, like, Hitchhiker's Guide just is my life. And the whole point of the modded series that we're going to be doing, that Grim's setting up the mod pack for, is that we were supposed to go build Milliways in the end on Don't Die. But that didn't happen because I died and we were all busy anyway. So we are making a modded series that is basically just for the sake of going to the end and making Milliways. Let you come along for it? Sure. Yeah, I have, have you guys ever seen how they'll have special editions of books and they are done up like Bibles where they have the gold foil on the edges of the pages and are leather bound and everything? So I have all of the individual Hitchhiker's Guide books, most of them their first editions, like not like actual first edition, but like from original print runs with like the original covers from like the 80s, because my mom was also into it. Not my folks who raised me, my actual mom. She was into it, and so I had those sitting around still. And then the last one came out when I was young, and so I have the original from that too. And then we have like the first all 3 and then the first all 5. I have the all 5 in both hardcover and paperback because the hardcover wouldn't fit in my backpack easily. And then I picked up the like Bible edition. Oh, I have so many copies of it. I've also got a copy of the radio scripts, and I did have a copy of like a pirated copy because I don't think there's any actual legal copies of the radio show out there, but I had that for a while too. But yeah, the original TV series is kind of a wreck, and while the newer movie with Martin Freeman was not the best, it was definitely pretty good. Like, it definitely still got the point across, and I enjoyed it. It is a fortune pick. Why? Yeah, no, but Don't Die started at a pretty bad time in general, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I definitely still love that movie. It's one of those, like, I love that movie, but I love it in part because it is just a thing for Hitchhiker's Guide to change the story a little bit in each incarnation. It didn't need to be a perfect one-for-one because, yeah, that's just what they do. They change it with each incarnation a little bit. They update it, they change it, they... yeah, bring in newer spirit to it, and they you know, make the aesthetics fit the current aesthetics, etc. And it suits it. I just also hold no illusion that it is accurate. Like, I don't know, it's weird. I like it as a Hitchhiker's Guide thing, and I like it as a movie, but I do not like it like, I do not think of it as, like, the adaptation. I just need these guys to stop bugging the camera count. Because they were gonna really mess up my view. Morning, Chug. How's it going? I'm not finding enough. Like, there's no coal down here. There's not a ton of redstone, and the iron and such don't give experience. So it's actually gotten fairly hard to keep a fortune pick mended up these days. I do have a disposable pick on me too, but I keep using this one as long as I can since it is netherite, so. We were talking the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. We're specifically talking about the movie adaptation, the Martin Freeman movie adaptation. Yeah, we were talking about Hitchhiker's Guide in general. Because, yeah, I am one of those annoying superfans. We are not going to make 3 hours, but we still might beat Jess's time. Yes, I actually have, my dad got me for my 25th birthday a towel that says "Don't Panic" in embroidered letters on it, and I adore it. One of the coolest gifts that my dad's ever given me. I think I'm going to, instead of layer by layer this, I think I'm going to shear it down the front to make it more interesting for the camera count. And just for a change of pace, you know? Posture check. Yeah, the joke is sadly becoming less and less well known, and I'm just like, the children. We must teach the children. We must maintain. Pass the scriptures down. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was saying there, was that basically, like, the nature of Hitchhiker's Guide is that it does change on each version. Like, they do intentionally change and update and adapt it. And Adams himself said that, like, he wasn't happy with any given version. He wants to keep going on it. He was very much a believer in perfection doesn't exist type of deal. Which I appreciate. Like, he didn't want anything held up as sanctimonious. Is that the right word? Sacred. But, you know. I know, Grim. I know. Mine's probably from about the same time, because is it the blue one? Is it the blue slipcover? Bye, Tana. I mean, it's like midnight-ish here. So, do as you please. 5 o'clock somewhere in the galaxy. Look at that bit. Yeah, I'm just like, the camera's bored. There's nothing going on for the camera that's interesting from the angle that she's at right now. Yep, that is the one that I've got over on my thing. Wish I had face cam going tonight. The light's not going to be right for it if I try to turn it on to show y'all, but I'll probably take photos to drop in the Discord for later. No, it was my original fandom. It was the thing that I grew up on and adored. And yeah. It shaped most of my humor. I think that's obvious to people who know. Like, I don't think that people would see my sense of humor and go, oh, Hitchhiker's Guide. But I think the moment that people know I watch it, or that I read Hitchhiker's Guide, like, once a year growing up, they're like, oh, that explains your sense of humor. Okay. That makes puts a few things together. It is, like anything, is not for everyone, but if there is one thing that I could talk everyone into reading, it would be Hitchhiker's Guide. Oh yeah, the casting for the new movie was perfect across the board. Like, there is no doubt about that. I think my only real complaint about that movie, like, my only, like, strong complaint is that I hate how they did Zaphod's heads. Completely hate it. Was so dumb. Like, it was good for the initial gag, but the rest of the time it just feels lazy. And didn't make sense. I got real disoriented taking off. One of the seasons I could, but I don't know what I would build. Milliways is the only thing I can think of, and we're doing that on the modded series. Or else at this stage. I don't think... I feel like it is one of those things where the first couple pages are dense because they are trying to set the stage for the humor. Maybe, I don't know. I have too many ideas as is, which is why I'm now going to be building one of them on Squidcraft, because I just like, I was like, I mentioned this earlier on the stream, it's like, of all the ideas for bases that I have, Fellwinter's is the one that I feel like is still going to be cool, but would not be that impressive in videos. Like, I feel like it'd be very, oh, you built a mountain, and that would be like it. So it feels like a good one to come do on Squidcraft with y'all. The Undrowned Drowned City is still sitting on the sidelines, and it's one of those things of just like, getting over the feeling that it's been done so much, and also I don't want to do it right after the season because I don't want to do 2 soggy bases in a row. Oh yeah, the place I'm going to be building is gorgeous. I'm very, very happy with it. That's very weird. The tennis shoe shape, yeah. We should be able to install it. We'll take a look. We'll take a look later, Thank you for trying to do it. Like, I trust you to be able to more than me. I can send you an invite into the Nodecraft Discord too, so that if you need to talk to support, you can. Unless you think me will razz you for being in there under my name. Also, I've always thought the reason Zaphod had the second brain was because he was, like, too drunk and needed to keep his thoughts together. I don't know. I'm probably wrong about that. I don't... He did mention at some point in time, I thought, but... But yeah, no, the undrowned drowned city. So I want to build a drowned city that is not drowned. I want to use the themes of the architecture that the underwater ones have, but have it be on land and have a monument. Like it would be a fancier version of the actual monuments. Where they are basically praying to the gods of the sea to hold off the oncoming floods. Like, that's one of the ideas I've had for a long time. I also still have my old raft city. That's something I still want to do at some point in time, but I think that'll be a starter-based type of build when I do that finally.
Ready, set, go.
Like, that's one of the ones I'm disappointed I never got around to doing. Oh yeah, no, you're right, Elvin. That was why. It was trying to keep something secret. Like dividing out that part of his brain. You are correct. From what I remember, at least. But yeah. Ow. And then I have one idea that's really epic and that I wish that I had thought of before this season started, because I would have done it this season instead. But I'm gonna keep it secret because it is that epic. Zoe and Moth know, and that is it. Because, yeah, when I thought of it, I just lost my mind and was like, nope! Why didn't I think of this a month earlier? Nope, we are holding this away. And since it is not soggy, then I will probably do it next season, unless I just really want to go build in a swamp. There's a chance I may just really want to go build my raft city in a swamp, because that would fit the aesthetic and be really cute. My dog is getting whiny. So I think once I get to the bottom of this layer, I'm gonna pause the timer. We're gonna go on a BRB for me to go take her out. Yeah, that's why I was thinking. I was like, rather than an ocean, because my original raft city was on an ocean. Yeah, it was on an ocean over a coral reef when those were brand new and fairly rare. The fireflies have me so excited. If we do not get some kind of firefly in a jar light source, though, I am going to be deeply disappointed. Deeply, deeply. Like, can you imagine bottles of fireflies and you can just put them on a put them on a potion stand? Okay. Putting blocks away in here. And stopping the timer for the time being. We are at 2 hours and 57 minutes. Hey, Ruby! I'll just sign out since I'm... Alright, I am... Well, you caught me right as I am doing a BRB, Ruby, so... Go use that time to go get a drink or something instead before school. Ooh, I needed that stretch bad. I just crackled like crazy. But yes, I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Night, Violet! Alright, y'all, I am back, and boy, do I wish that you could see the pile of freaking slimes that are on the other screen. I need to go up high enough to let them despawn with that account. And drop into a new position. Okay. Da-da-da-da-dum. We're back. We're back. Let's head back in. Let's also turn off my space heater because it is a little bit hot. There we go. Helps if I actually hit join server, not just click on the name. Let's do one more pick repair real quick before we start the timer back up. Nice, Elvin. Oh. You know, that's why I thought I was going all the way to my base. Okay. Alright. What you got, buddy? Stuff I don't have on me. Oh well. Hello? Can I get out of my menu, please? Thank you. Well, there's another fall. That one definitely counts as far as I'm concerned. That was number 12. Okay, getting my timer pulled up. And we're going. So we're down to about 40 minutes. This is going to be cutting it real close, in my opinion. Yeah, the whole new industrial zone sounds like going straight for the new farms. Oops, did not mean to fall. Yeah, he's got a good one. Aw. I thought that would have started this one too. Down there just bugging my camera account. Yeah, I'm still like confused as to exactly what they did, but I definitely am excited for more productive mob farms in general, so you know. That's a lot. That's a lot, Elvin. Come on, sleep slack. Nope, he ain't gonna. God, it now takes 5 rockets to get out from underground. I didn't want to go up here, not because I didn't want to spend the rockets, but because I don't want to fall again. I'm tired of these deaths. Oh, so Slack gets a wave, but I don't know. Are you just putting together your own mob pack over there then, Dragon, or? Foxy does sleep, but only if he's above ground, and I doubt he's above ground right now. Like, he's got no reason to be sleeping right now. Takes them on enhanced. Ah, nice. Very, very nice. Oof. I am at full crackle. I mean, there aren't that many that work with Pixelmon very well. So that's going to be a bit of an adventure. I need to stop getting in the camera account's way. I don't know how that Enderman caught on fire, but we'll go with it. We got 35 minutes remaining, peeps. Think we're gonna make it? Oh, nice, Grim! This Enderman's gonna be hilarious on the time lapse. That'll be fun. Grim, is that one that's in our pack or no? Yeah, this Enderman's gonna be real funny on the time lapse. As he is just harassing the camera account so much. The create mod. Okay. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. It's just slimes kamikazing off this. I don't even know anymore. But stuff like the Enderman are what make time lapses worthwhile in my brain sometimes. But yeah, no, I'm good with that. I like not getting distracted by tech. Unless that's the whole point of a pack. Okay, listen, buddy. It's getting real annoying. Yeah, resource automation I feel weird about because I feel like it gets tedious fast. Like there's no in between. It goes straight from how do I get enough resources to survive to oh god, I have too many of everything. Like there is no in between on a lot of things that have a lot of automation. There's no like I'm comfortable with how much stuff I have, but it'd be nice to have more state. That was, I think, what was bothering me with Sky Factory that made me just not keep trying on it.
Where are we? This place? Can anybody hear me? Green? I don't know where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm lost.
And part of it is just that they're like, it's that you wind up not able to go further until you have the materials. so you're just like, well, let's just get this done with then. It's like, give me something else I can do for a little bit while I'm like, until then. Any mod pack that forces you to actually AFK in order to enjoy it is a jerk. I have not needed the sponges at all, and that's hysterical. I needed them very briefly on like the first day. Oops. Hey. Oh, it's just one rocket. Nice. Oh god. There's all the slimes in the freaking world in front of my camera account now. We're just gonna move the camera account again. We're just gonna move it. Okay. Um. There's a problem. Oh, wait, I do have one stack of rockets left in here. Never mind. Bonsai pots, but not Pam's. See, yeah, Pam's is one of the ones that I do earnestly like because I do feel like there is just not enough foods in Minecraft. Unironically, I think that it's fun. Ow. What was that cough? Jeez. Okay, Grub. I'm glad. Hello? I am, in fact, glad. God, we're gonna be cutting this way too close for comfort. I just moved that pack because then you got the kitchen with food. Yeah. Well, it's kind of necessary if we're gonna go build middleways. Oh no, we're away from my... We're out of range of my beacon. Oh no. It's probably worth it to move it, yeah? Do you think? No, I guess we'll just do this number of the repeatedly going up there to get the haste back and coming back down. No, I think it probably is worth it to... If it was just like 2 more rows, I would say we'll do it that way, but... No, I only have 1 beacon. I definitely only have 1 beacon in my name. Alright. Do... First of all... More chests real quick. Because my inventory is still getting full up here, understandably. And now we are going to drop down here and move the beacon. Which is going to be fun to go collect everything out of. Because this is just hovering. Oops. Go away. Hello? Why am I having so much trouble? Dear goodness. Okay. I did not pause my timer, no. I guess it's fair to pause the timer. This feels iffy on the timer pausing, but... Since I did pause it for setting it up to begin with and everything, then well. We're gonna have fun hopping down to go get these pieces though, let me tell you. Yay! Thank you, Graham. I'm glad. Very glad to hear that. Oh my god, can we... Hello? I hate swim mode problems. Oh, I hope we didn't lose any of it. Hope we didn't lose any of it. I do have some more gold and stuff if I did, but... Did not break a block. Thought about it, but I did not break it. We are missing a few blocks. Maybe? Are they down in here? Nope, we're still missing a few blocks. Did you go down here? Yes, they did. Haha. That's all of them. Ooh. Beeps, guess what time it is? Guess what time it is? I didn't want to kill them, but I have to in order to be able to actually, like, place blocks. Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now I'm just thinking of Crid's ball pit again. Crid's ball pit is amazing. And then it's time for this. Oh. I can't hit the high notes if I go for that octave. We have not found a single diamond. We have not found a single diamond. That only just occurred to me. I mean, we still have a little way to go, but... Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. The sun feels freaking huge for some reason. This is not like random weird plot stuff. Don't worry, we're not doing that nonsense. I'm just weirded out because the sun does legitimately feel big. I think it's just an optical illusion from being down here. I'm used to having the whole open sky. Like, kind of like how in the real world, the sun feels bigger when it's closer to the horizon. It jostled the camera. I missed the Pigo. I'm not gonna lie. I missed that. That was so dumb, but so fun. Like, was it very up there in terms of why did we do this type of things? Yes. Was it fun? Yes. Yeah, we're gonna have found no diamonds in this whole place. What? Oh, we have diamonds! The camera account got jostled far enough that I'm just moving it again. I forgot to restart the timer. I'm now restarting it. If anybody wants to check the actual time, be awesome, but I'm estimating that is about 5 minutes that I forgot. Seriously. That's it. That's all the diamonds from this chunk. I'm so let down. The googly eyes are so weird. I don't understand the obsession with them. Like, I don't dislike them. I'm just like, I don't get the point. I think about the only thing I do like with them is like the times when it shows up on another player and you get to make fun of them. That's completely fair, Rosal. Hey, we got more. I'm gonna leave those ones and see if we can get a view of them from the front here. Like, see if we can get them to be in view. I doubt it. All the animals should be Tiz-faced. Oh no. Doesn't he have a pack that does that? Thank you, Jesse. I thought that was a thing on Tiz's server, that everything just has his face. Aw, that's sad. Would've been fun if he'd brought it back. Ah, we won't be able to see that on the... thing. Sad day. So I'm glad we found more. I imagine it would be, yeah. Whee! I could do it in even layers, but that would require me to be able to do anything evenly. Yeah. Yeah, even the dogs and cats and everything, they all had his faces. It was, traumatizing? We're on the home stretch. Yeah, and the other one's Perry the Platypus. Freaking space. So, we're gonna make it. We are gonna beat Jess's time. Barring anything real stupid happening in the next minute. But, well, the next 5-ish minutes. But Jess put in a lot more effort for hers. So in my opinion, if we wind up winning, like if nobody else beats us, I would like to split the prize with Jess. Because the things that don't need people's faces on them don't need their faces on them. Plus, we already got eight diamond ore out of this. Whee! Should I die on purpose right here just so it'll be funny for the camera? For the time lapse? It's like my last chance too. Yeah, I feel enough people who would actually be paying attention to the time lapse are here and would know that it was fake. Dear Lord, no, never bring that joke back. We shall never speak of it again. I wouldn't have to deal with it if Allie would. Yeah, fair, but still. So would space on some levels, so. Any bad Bob picks? What? Oh my god. Well, that explains why it's named what it's named now, so. Ah, okay. That's what you mean. I mean, like, obviously, considering I'm a teddy bear, I like personalizing things, but, you know. Alright, time. It says 3:25:52 on here. We had the, about 5 minutes there that I missed. So I'm gonna call it 3:31. That said, we barely beat Jesse. So while I am going to count it for the prediction, if nobody beats us, then yeah, I want to split it with Jess. Because that was so close, and she worked so much harder on hers. I need 1 second while I stop the recording on the other computer. External hard drive. Ba-ba-da-bum. Oh, wrong mouse. I always manage to do that. Where is the right mouse, though? Ah! There it is. Whoops. Did I crash Minecraft? I crashed Minecraft. Oh well. That's fine.
It's one of these jaw dropping moments. You gotta conserve your resources when you're in the frontier. You don't get to see this as common, intuitive observables on Earth. So when we go into a frontier,
I mean, space, I can't say I blame them. I think I'd do the same thing.
intuition no longer applies. This rule works when you go to the bottom of the ocean or into the stratosphere or wherever you find your frontier.
4.5 hour time lapse, apparently.
Your normal everyday life intuition no longer applies. And that's why frontiers are rich in discovery. Because things aren't the normal, they aren't the usual.
Alright. Oops. And... letting that load up. Yeah, I'm calling it that for that's a little bit. Still funny though. Alright, that's transferring. And that means that I can put the keyboard, we'll plug the keyboard back into this computer. I was controlling Titan with the controller in the meantime. Yeah, I guess let's collect this back. I don't know. Do we want to go do something else on here, peeps, or what are we thinking? It has been a long stream, so... But I also still have energy, but I probably should put that energy in that. I don't know. This is a conundrum state. I never made my milkshake. That's fine, because I believe there's still wings left for me. You know, while there was not many diamonds in my area, I can at least be glad that there wasn't subsequently diamonds like 5 blocks away into somebody else's area. Go put our time in here. Oh, I beat her by like 15 minutes, actually. But I still feel like she worked harder on hers. And it was so close. Like, her way of doing it was real creative, so. But yeah, no, I do think I should put that energy into editing. So, I think I am going to go ahead and find some place to send you all to. Let's see, who is on? Who is on? Yeah, exactly. But I still feel like, yeah. But then again, somebody else may still come along and beat us. Hey, Puka's on. Let's go see Puka. Thank you, peeps, so much for hanging out today. Let's go ahead and get that raid going. But if you were new around here, feel free to come hang out in the Discord. If you want to see tomorrow's episode, make sure you're following me on YouTube. And yeah, I had a great time tonight. We got a lot done, albeit it was a lot for contests, not for any of our stuff. But you know what? It still was. We died, what, 12? Or no, we fell 12 times and died twice. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, take care, peeps. Toodles!